Mortgage. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. They are the region's best mortgage professionals, and they'll give you rates for all new home or refinancing mortgage services. Come to the right place. That is Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. Andrew Pace does a great job over there. We've met him. He's been on the show with us a couple of times. They've been a good friend to the show, been a loyal sponsor, so we appreciate them and everything that they do. You go out and check out Home Place Mortgage at homeplacemtg.com for all your refinancing and mortgage needs. A lot to get to on today's show. As usual, Jason Caldwell will join us today a little bit later than usual, about 5:15 this afternoon. So we'll talk to him in the second hour of today's show. Phone lines open for the entire, for the entire first hour. So get those phone calls in. Only 9 days away now until kickoff between Auburn and Clemson. Really, a lot of everybody, of course, kicking off, but only 7 days away now until that first Thursday night. And to be perfectly honest, college football begins tomorrow. Actually, Hawaii and Cal playing a game in Australia. So that's an interesting one. Talk about a wide-ranging span, Randy. I believe the game kicks off at midday Saturday in Australia, which would be 9 o'clock at night here in Alabama, which would be about 4 in the afternoon in Hawaii on Friday. So I hope the people in Australia don't watch the game at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon in Hawaii and spoil the ending. But anyway, 9 days away. Auburn has turned into AKA Rodney Dangerfield apparently this year. Pat Dye says Auburn's getting no respect. We've heard that on this show quite a few times. I'm not sure why Auburn should be getting too much respect after an 8-5, 7-6 year, but at least I thought that until, and this is something I would normally let slide, but there's a couple of stories out there on Fox Sports and Sports Illustrated that are the definition of giving Auburn no respect. So thought we'd talk about those a little bit. On the opposite side of that, Kirk Herbstreit says that Auburn is his sleeper and could be a surprise team, one of the 5 surprise teams that he came out with. Of course, he does his predictions, Herbie Awards, as they call them. So we'll talk about some of those. Auburn, one of the surprise teams on his list, and predicted Auburn as the sleeper in the SEC. Seemed like he did that, I think, in 2010 as well, and turned out to be a prophet. So hopefully that history repeats itself. Better chemistry this year among the coaching staff. Pat Dye says things last year, the coaches didn't like each other. But now this year they do like each other. So better chemistry among the coaching staff. Hopefully that will make a big difference for this team in 2016. Why was it that the coaches didn't like each other last year? Was it a conflict of personalities? Was it what was it? Who knows? We'd like to get your opinion about that. NCAA investigation apparently expanding in Oxford, going past Laramie Tunsil. Even some players at Auburn and Mississippi State have been interviewed, apparently, being reported by the NCAA. So you think the people in Oxford are getting more nervous by the day? It appears that they're searching for even more. That's what's going on there at Ole Miss. SEC quarterbacks are going to be a big story this year. A lot of unknowns up and down through the SEC. And a lot of them have already been named. We'll talk about some of those. And there's been some talk that maybe a true freshman could start at Alabama. That'd be very, very interesting. Of course, Auburn's quarterback situation still up in the air as well. So we'll talk about these things and many, many more. Whatever you'd like to talk about. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Want to just start quickly though. Did you see the video that was posted by Ryan Russell?
No.
The strength coach for Auburn.
I did not see it.
He does one of these about every year, I guess. I
remember seeing the one last year.
It's about an 8-minute video. And I mean, I realize it's a highlight film, basically, like a high school kid's highlight film. I mean, you say, how do you, I see you these 40 plays, but what did you do the other 250? I get that. But it's 8 minutes, but we get so caught up in wins and losses and the season's going this way or that way or whatever. The amount of time and effort these kids put into getting ready for a football season and playing for a major university like Auburn, it is unreal. I have never, just watching that video, I can say without any equivocation, I have never worked that hard for anything in my life, and then it's not even close.
Well, I want to give you an example, Andy. Many high school and then college linemen, and you see a lot of them, and I've got friends that played, actually friends that played in college. And when you see a lot of them during that time frame, they put so much bulk on and so much weight on. And a lot of it, sometimes it's David Pollock-esque. Others, they're a little bit bigger, it feels like, naturally, than David Pollock. But nonetheless, many times it's 40, 50, 60 pounds. I mean, we got a kid here in Alexander City. I think he's actually living in the Birmingham area now. Played at UAB, played at South Alabama, finished up last year, Cameron Blankenship. Cameron has lost about a half a human.
Yeah.
And it's only in 4 or 5 months, 6 months, whatever the number is. It's amazing. Every time I see him, I'm like, man, you're my size. You're like taller, but you're not much thicker. You're not much heavier. And that tells you the amount of effort. I'm getting somewhere, Andy. The amount of effort it takes to look like a Greek god. And these football players do. They don't look normal.
No.
You see them walking up and down the street, and this is not a normal human. And many are questioned on supplements and other necessities that you feel it takes to get to certain size. Look at Bo Scarborough at Alabama. The picture that's floated around of this guy, I don't even know how to explain it. Back in the 1970s, I'll go back to the 70s, maybe not quite the 80s, but in the 70s, this guy would have been the size of a normal tackle.
Oh, yeah.
A 250-pound man that's potentially, and he may not be quite that, he may be 240, but not far off from what a tackle played back then. And this is not 100 years ago, Andy. I'm not going back when they put leather helmets on. So I'm not surprised to see that. No, I'm not. Have I ever worked out like? No, I haven't. I know folks that have. Yeah, and I've seen some that do. I'll tell you one that pops in my mind, Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens, would watch him come home from UTC Chattanooga. He was a long, lean, good athlete in high school, went to UTC, didn't get offered by Auburn, Alabama. He would come back in the summer, and watching him would make me work. It would make me hurt. Watching him in the winter during Christmas break when he'd stay over at the high school doing it, it'd make me hurt. And then you see what it took him. It took him to the top of the game. Took him to a potential Hall of Fame career. It takes that type of effort unless you are just blessed beyond belief.
Unless you're Bo Jackson or Herschel Walker.
That's right. Unless you're Herschel Walker doesn't count either. This guy pushed up.
Never lifted a weight in his life, though. He's salad. It's just not – you're not supposed to be able to do that.
But I think he worked extremely hard to get to where he was.
He did.
Push-ups, sit-ups.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's eating 17 chicken breasts a day.
I think Bo Jackson was – a lot of that was El Natural.
Oh, no, there's no question. He hated from his own mouth. I didn't like working out. I didn't like practicing. But, you don't roll out there. And I'm sure he did. I'm not saying he didn't work hard, but if you get a chance, I'd watch it. These are just – it'll make you, you start seeing Deverell Lawrence, squatting a car, and you just think, well, maybe we got a chance this year. And you see a backup fullback, clean and jerk 600 pounds. What do you – these are just, the other guys that you're never going to see except on special teams, and they're working, extreme. It's amazing. I would suggest anybody, it's on AL.com. I don't know if you go watch.
I don't know if you remember when Saban signed on first year he was at Alabama. One of the first things that he said was couldn't believe how far they were behind the weight program. And I think if I remember correctly, he moved the weight program into the gym and brought the public out to watch them work out. Did maxes, did things such as that to make it where it was very, very important. I could be wrong. You Bammers can call me in and tell me that I'm wrong on that. But for some reason, I'm thinking back to 9 years ago that it went down like that. But that's where it is, Andy. And you better have that right. That part of and don't even get me started. Are you going to wait till the second segment about Pat Dye's comments on how the coaches didn't like each other?
Well, I was going to say that for a couple of more, but we can hit it now if you want to.
Well, it is going to take more time than this. Because let me tell you, a culture that you create and who you are internally is leadership. It's Jacobs. It's Malzahn. I like the two men. Don't know them personally. Things I hear coming out of their mouth I like. But let me tell you, if there's discontent within, if there's a culture of allowing that comes from leaders, buddy. And that's a problem. And you can come out the next year and say, well, they all didn't like each other. Everything's fine now. They love each other now. Well, how was that allowed to begin with? How did it get to that point? Those decisions were made by the leaders to put this team together of people that are supposed to be creating this football team.
Well, everybody gets along when it's on paper. And then you get together and you start coaching, and then you find out we don't mesh.
Statements like that worry me tremendously, Andy. Yeah. I'm worried anyway.
Yeah.
But when I start hearing Pat, you didn't help, buddy. No. Those statements didn't make the Auburn fan base. I don't know about you, Andy. It didn't make me feel warm and fuzzy.
Oh, you don't think it's night and day? That's all.
Everything's good. They're all kissing and hugging and getting along. Players like each other, working hard.
Weren't doing that last year.
No, it's a problem.
Up against the break, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401. We'll carry that over to the next segment. Pat Dye says the coaching staff gets along this year, but didn't get along, didn't like each other last year. What do you buy of that? Do you make of that? Do you buy into that? But we'll talk about that when we come back. More Sports Call on the way right after this.
Stick shifts and safety belts. Bucket seats.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for about an hour and 40 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. You know, I started to feel a little bit better, a little bit optimistic about the season, and then you browbeat me over the head with facts, and now I'm depressed again. But
I'm not trying to be Johnny Negative.
No, but you make an excellent point.
Bring up what we were discussing.
Well, during the break we were talking about it, and you said, I don't know if I buy the no respect. And I admittedly, I say I'm not sure that's even – I don't know why we would deserve any respect after the last two seasons that we've had because we're not producing. So there's that. But the guy at Fox Sports, Dieter Kurtenbach, I'm assuming a German. I don't know, but of German descent anyway. But Dieter says that we are overrated. One of the 6 most overrated teams in 2016. Auburn could very easily start the season 0-4. And he says that Arkansas State is exponentially better than the Jacksonville State team that Auburn lost in overtime last year. I highly doubt that, to be quite honest with you. But nonetheless, he says that, defense is not going to be that much better. Sean White, John Franklin, Jeremy Johnson, it really doesn't matter. But problems at running back, he's going off everything that pretty much most everybody else has been saying. But, to see that most of the national pundits out there having Auburn somewhere in the vicinity of 6-6, 7-5 maybe, to say that we're overrated at 6-6 is basically saying you're Vandy. You're the worst team in the SEC. You have no chance. And that is certainly giving us no respect. However, you made some pretty good points that I'll let you reiterate and depress everyone else.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to depress Auburn people, and I'm not totally negative. I'm more between Herb Street and this guy.
It's reality.
Reality is who in the world knows? We're Auburn fans. We've lived this for a good decade now. We don't know. We could get 10. We may get 13. But 12 could be hanging out in the balance somewhere. And there could be a lot of in between. But ne'er we forget last year Jacksonville State. Arkansas State, could it happen? Of course, we've lived this. Think back to, was it Chucky Keating?
Chucky Keaton.
He was a freshman.
2011.
Looked like the next coming of a Heisman. I think he just finished last year. I don't know how he played 18 years. But Utah State had us. I mean, they had us. We had to pull off some amazing plays to pull that one out. Don't forget Louisiana Monroe in 12. Last second field goal. The moment where you feel like, hey, there's no way that can happen, then Auburn jumps up and gets you, and you realize that we're fans.
San Jose State was a touchdown game, I think, in the third quarter. I think Idaho, they scored, I think they were ahead, weren't they? Didn't they had like an 80-yard touchdown throw in the first play. Oh, my goodness. But anyway, so I guess that's not as ridiculous as it sounds off the cuff.
I want it to be, Andy.
I do too, and it should be.
Oh,
it should be ridiculous, and that's the point I think so many people have made.
It's like going through, and a lot of times I'm a message board guy too, and I enjoy it. I love reading this stuff and keeping up, and social media junkie. So there's so many different outlets that are different than Jason Caldwell, who will be on with us at 5:15, or Brian Matthews, who does a tremendous job of coming on with us. Those are guys that do it for a living and do a tremendous job. There's a whole bunch of stat tigers out there that throw things around like what I read a couple of days ago. My good friend Justin Clayton sent it over to us, actually. When you look at Auburn's defense and you look at the amount of star power and high-end star power that defensive line and linebacking core and secondary and all, keep going, up and down the mix has had and recruited, and you start thinking and then looking at the numbers that you put together not too long ago, it goes back to the point that brought this up. There is no excuse for it. There's none. The only excuse is what Pat gave, and it's okay to give an excuse. Look, the coaches didn't like each other. New day. They love each other now. Everything's great. Rosy. Cultures change. Same leaders, but cultures somehow amazingly changed. Let me tell you, that's a scary, scary topic right there, Andy. Very seldom does that happen, that cultures change with the same leadership in place. They're the ones that led it to that place to begin with. Sorry, I'm not trying to be Johnny Negative. I want to see this thing turn. I want to see them all like each other, and I think he has gone out and picked guys he likes. Why did he pick so many he didn't begin with?
Well, this goes back to, again, Pat Dye made these comments to ESPN. Every change Gus Malzahn made on the staff has been a positive. And that there were disharmony last year. Every change without exception, I don't care whether it is, what it is, it's been a positive. The coaches like each other, and that was not the case last year. When the coaches don't like each other, the players are confused in who you're going to listen to, who's got the influence. Going back to, Gus Malzahn, who's, said he's going back to a more involved approach. Well, Pat, now again, Pat Dye's not the end-all, be-all authority on everything, but he does go to practice, and he is involved with the program. And
you're not shocked when you hear these comments?
No. To tell me that coaching staff didn't get along last year, that's not breaking news. I don't think Davian got along with Rhett Lashley. Boy, that's a shocker. Lance Thompson, I don't think gets along with anybody. But, several several staff members have been changed. Pat says this is a great – and there's no question that disharmony among the coaching staff affects the play on the field, right?
Oh, of course it does. But, any disharmony with leadership is going to affect anyone that is trying to – it's the same everywhere. It's administration in schools all the way to leaders of businesses, to leaders of cities and states and countries. Let's don't kid ourselves. We're just talking about another element. And the thing that is scary is that Pat can come out and say this. And all of us Auburn fans, I saw that. That was a problem. I get it. But who chose Lance Thompson?
Muschamp.
Was there not writing on the wall there? Much writing as you wanted. Did anyone, you were an Auburn fan that wanted Muschamp. I wasn't.
Sure.
Did he, if I would have told you he wasn't going to stay for a calendar year, would you have wanted him back?
No, that would have changed things. But we were talking, I didn't think there was a chance he'd get offered a decent job, especially in the SEC. So I figured he'd at least be here for 2 years, maybe more probably 3. I had that in my mind, but I didn't foresee the colossal blunder that was South Carolina. And then of course they interview 4 or 5 guys and they all turn them down. And hey, Muschamp's a good option. So that's the only way that happens. And everything fell right. So, but then again, if he's there for 2 or 3 years, I'm not sure Gus is there if it's disharmony. So I don't know. What good grief. We're down this road again.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Stay with us. Phone lines are still open. Jason Caldwell not coming up until 5:15 today, and we look forward to catching up with him. But football season's in the air. There's some negative out there, but, buddy, there's always, again, the reason I think so many of us are Auburn fans. We've got a positive outlook potentially. There is that potential.
And we'll go with the positive when we come back. Kirk Herbstreit, sleeper. Auburn said, hey, he believes that the defense is going to be much improved.
You going to give reasons why?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. More Sports Call is on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. Be sure to tune in immediately following Sports Call for the first edition of Tiger Talk this year. Rod Bramlett will be hosting, of course. Coach Malzahn will make his appearance the following Thursday, September 1st. But great show planned for you tonight, so just stay tuned to 93.9 for Tiger Talk tonight at 6 o'clock, immediately following Sports Call. Sports Call today brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. From logo design and branding to ad placement, LMG can handle it all. For ease of time, cutting-edge, results-driven marketing campaigns. Think Lee Marketing Group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Talking with friends of mine today, we were talking about the Clemson game. They had turned the corner a little bit and had some really positive ideas about it. And I've kind of gone back and forth about it. We just went, we talked about the negative in the first couple of segments. We can talk about the positive here in segment 3 and maybe carry that over, hopefully, to segment 4. But Kirk Herbstreit comes out, makes his predictions. He says Auburn will be a surprise team this year. He has Texas, Louisville, North Carolina, Auburn, and Minnesota as surprise teams. I'm not sure how North Carolina can be a surprise team. We went 11-3 last year. But I guess nobody's expecting much of them this year. But, Texas 5-7, Louisville was 8-5. Third year for Bobby Petrino. So, that, what will they be able to do? Auburn 7-6, Minnesota was 6-7. So, Auburn in that group, he picked Auburn as his sleeper in the SEC. He says if you look at Auburn, Auburn being 6-10 in SEC play the last 2 years, and you look at the roster and you look at who they have at quarterback, I can see why the media said this team's not going to compete. Even in the backfield with the tailback situation, for me, it's more of, I think, the defense is going to be really, really good. I think they're going to play with the chip on their shoulder. I think they're going to be mad at the world when they play this year. I think defensively they're going to stay in almost every game that they play, and then it's just a matter of the head coach, Gus Malzahn, and the offense finding ways to put enough points on the board to win. So, that's what it comes back to. We've talked about which side of the ball needs to have the big year. I said defense, you said offense, which is both need to get better. Both have to get better this year. But this is how long has it been since Auburn came into a season, or how long has it been since Auburn actually had a defense that would keep them in ball games, that could be a difference maker and could allow the offense to mature as the season goes along, get better and better. May not be, certainly much like 2013, the offense doesn't even look remotely the same from game 1 to game 12. We need to be that this year. I'd like to start out of the gate, full sprint, but that's just probably not realistic. We're going to have to kind of find our way a little bit with the quarterback, whoever it is. But the defense, man, they can make a huge difference this year and keep us in games and be a game changer. And
I'm drinking the juice. I'm on board. I think that the potential is there, should be. And you got to expect it, almost demand it at this point. You ask when? A decade ago? 5 or 6?
2008 kept us in games, even though our offense was horrible. We only won 5 games. But, 2007, we won 9 games, even though our offense was erratic. But it kept us in pretty much every game that year. But you got to go back to the Tuberville era, certainly. We have not. Since 2009, we've been pretty clear about that. And the statistics are very obvious. Since 2009, the defense has just taken a nosedive and has not been able to recover. So is this going to be the year that changes? It better be.
Oh, yeah. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401 as we're talking about positives this year. I think that is exactly where any prognosticator that is giving Auburn a decent chance is hanging their hat on defense. And if you're a Gus Malzahn fan, and that's the case, and it can come to fruition, then you got to like your chances, because the reason he's your coach is because he's an offensive guy. Guys put big numbers up. When he's been positive and successful, and I guess the coaches all like each other, then we've seen them be able to put huge numbers up. I'm going to keep staying with it. I don't think it's going to end up this way, but I do believe that it's imperative that there's a mobile quarterback back there for this offense to – do I think we can win 8 or 9 ball games without one? Yeah, possibly. I think we can get where we went in 13 without a mobile quarterback and an up-tempo attack, really rushing pace, which is what Malzahn – I don't know, Andy. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
That's the thing that worries me, and I do believe Sean White can be consistent and be a decent QBR guy. But, man, I'm so sold on what I saw the other times with a mobile quarterback that tests the edge and allows us to keep punching the ball up the middle and pointing to the ground, and everybody in America knows that there's about a 90% chance. But the problem is the 10%. Take Alabama, Nick Marshall, pointing to the ground. 10%, though, is that he pulls it and he goes 60 yards up the middle of the field, and times are changing. And you feel it. The whole stadium feels it. Now, that's the thing I worry about as an Auburn fan if we're not going that direction. And, again, there's decisions made to not stay on that path. And I don't know. We're going to see this year. Your thoughts on that, though, Andy?
Well, I got one question for you. The Gus Malzahn says the quarterback competition too good right now to make a decision. You think that's coach speak, and there are other reasons. Of course, there are rumors out there, one reason or another, about why the coaching, the quarterback decision has not been made so far. But if it's John Franklin, you feel like that's our best chance to be ultimately successful.
That's our ceiling's higher.
Right.
I haven't seen him play. He may be awful.
Yeah,
he may not be able to throw it any better than Cody Burns could. And if that's the case, then it's a problem. But if you ask me, do I want a pace offense with a quarterback that can test the edge? You're darn right. I think that gives us the best chance in Gus Malzahn's system. Just have not seen it. I want to see it. I'm a huge Malzahn supporter. I want to see him successful. I buy into what he sells. I like him. His leadership and what Pat Dye's saying is starting to scare me a little bit, but nonetheless, I like him. I want to buy in. But if you're asking me if I've seen a good old West Coast style of offense that Walsh had at San Francisco, kind of short passing, slinging it around, multiple formations, changing up, I have not seen that at Auburn. Have you? So
no.
if that's the case, that's what you're going to have with Sean White. It is. You've got to become that, and I haven't seen it at Auburn. I've seen him be one of the best offensive minds in football with pace. And Sean White, I don't know, brings that, Andy. I'm sorry. I'm just calling a spade here.
Haven't seen it.
No, and I think that he's more of a guy that needs to be in that type of system.
Well, that's not what we're going to run this year.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be with you. I'm going to be sitting up here with you, and we're going to watch it. And that's the beauty of it about to start.
Absolutely. 1-888-9 Tiger 9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. What's your thoughts on the upcoming season for Auburn? Positive or negative? What do you think about the coaching staff, the chemistry? Pat Dye coming out saying the coaches did not like each other last year. I don't think that's necessarily breaking news, but the coaching staff does get along much better this year. So how big of a difference do you think that's going to make moving forward? Some sleepers from other sleepers from Kirk Herbstreit. He has Clemson winning the ACC, but Miami, the sleeper. Wouldn't that be interesting if Mark Richt?
That's about to happen, by the way.
You think so?
Yes, sir.
How good you think Miami's winning the ACC?
Not this year.
Not this year.
But it is about to happen. Mark Richt sells himself, and I think he is a very spiritual, good guy. But let me tell you what Mark Richt –
would that work at Miami?
Let me tell you what he's got in him, though. He's got that bull in him that lets his players run down the sideline against Florida and run on an end zone and act a complete and total fool. That's because he's got Miami in him. He kind of gets it, I think. And that is a culture, by the way, and that was a system that was grown out of recruiting that type of kid down in that part of the state. And it needs to be where their bread's buttered again. Now, do they have to? I'm just telling you, without a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I've not seen Miami be what they ever were when they did. Coker ran them away from that. Erickson didn't have a problem with it.
No. Neither did Jimmy.
Jimmy had no problem with it. Schnellenberger, that was kind of pre when it was coming in.
It was starting.
But Coker, it started dwindling off, but Coker had no choice but to win because he had more talent than any college program's ever had before or since, if you look at NFL draft picks. But since then, they've tried to change the culture, change the look, change the way we all perceive Miami. It hadn't worked. I think Mark Richt's got a little bit of that bulldog in him. That's the wrong term to use on this one. But I'm going to be surprised if he doesn't go out and recruit well and doesn't bring back a winner there.
We'll talk about some more of these. TCU predicted to win the Big 12 by Kirk Herbstreit. Texas, the sleeper. 2 losing seasons by Charlie Strong. He won't survive a third. Am I wrong?
No, sir.
Okay. Got to get better there. Ohio State over Minnesota. Minnesota, the sleeper in the Big 10.
Who knows?
That's throwing some against the wall and see if it sticks. We'll run down some more of these when we come back. Up against a break here. Be sure to join us on the other side. More Sports Call presented by Home Place Mortgage. On the way right after this.
Through gang check will be
information. It's got a lot of power. It makes me feel like that. It makes me feel like that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sportscall. Andy and Randy here with you for one more segment in the first hour of today's show. Again, don't leave us after 6 o'clock. Tiger time, Tiger Talk will be. I keep saying I got Tiger time on. Oh, these old relics.
That
so, man,
good.
I just it's one of those things. Right, I mean, it was the Santa Fre's coming back. I was thinking, maybe Tiger time will come back. Eating at Tiger time at 3 a.m. There was nothing quite like it. But Tiger Talk with Rod Bramlett will be on immediately following Sports Call every Thursday. So throughout the football season. So be sure to tune in tonight to Tiger Talk at 6 o'clock. And we'll go back to the phone line.
Yeah, got a couple of phone calls holding. Back to the phone lines. Patrick, you're on Sports Call.
Yeah, I heard you say earlier, I had just tuned in, and you had said something to the effect that you were still a big supporter of the coach, but Pat Dye was making some comments. I hadn't heard whatever he was saying, so I was just curious if you could elaborate on that.
Well, Pat the other day said that every change that Gus Malzahn made on the staff this year has been a positive. He said the coaching staff did not get along last year, didn't really like each other, but the coaching staff likes each other this year, and so that's going to pay dividends moving forward. And Randy and I were talking about it, and, while it's, I think we all knew that certainly Damian and Brett probably didn't get along very well, but, that definitely affects the play on the field. But Randy's point was, well, you hired these guys. What does that say about the leadership at Auburn if you hire a bunch of guys and you don't ever get along?
Thank you.
Well, you bet. Appreciate the call.
You want to run down exactly the quotes here?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think if you look at Auburn I'm back up to Herb Street's quotes. I'm sorry about that. But every change Gus Malzahn made on the staff has been a positive. And there, every change without exception. I don't care whether it's what it is, it's been a positive. The coaches like each other, and that wasn't the case last year. When the coaches don't like each other, the players are confused. And who are you going to listen to? Who's got the influence? Everything he said just been right down the line with his plan. So again, Andy, that's where it was. I don't know.
We'll see if it makes it. I don't have any. I mean, obviously, Herb Hand and Gus go back, and they have a relationship. He goes out and hires Cody, who played for him, played in the system. You promote Travis Williams, who's been in the system, been there as a graduate assistant and as a off the field kind of guy. So, I mean, that obviously he gets along with him quite well. You bring in a new defensive coordinator. It seems like Kevin still has far less of a brash personality?
Abrasive.
Okay, we'll use that word. Personality than Will Muschamp. Wesley McGriff, I don't know much about Wesley McGriff, but he has seemed to fit in quite well. But you hire guys in for 1 year, and they're kind of hired guns. And how did Chiswick's staff get along? Did they all love each other?
I promise
in 2012.
I promise you they did.
Let's go back to the phone line.
Billy, you're on Sports Call. Sorry about that. Lost Billy. Love to hear from many of you out there. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Andy got Jason Caldwell coming up at 5:15. Normally our regular guest on Thursday at 4:30, but a little bit later today. Yeah, and looking forward to that as well. Well, while we got a second, just a few minutes left in the first hour of today's show, go back to some of those Kirk Herbstreit predictions. Stanford winning the Pac-12, sleeper Oregon. When's the last time Oregon was a sleeper? They've kind of fallen off after the Chip Kelly. I mean, they're still there. They're still having, good seasons, but, not quite up to the standards of Stanford or maybe even UCLA now. UCLA taking their spot as one of the top 2 or 3 teams there in the Pac-12. He has Alabama, of course, in the SEC with Auburn as the sleeper. Western Michigan winning the MAC with Central Michigan, a sleeper. Boise State in the Mountain West. Air Force, a sleeper. Yeah. Conference USA, Southern Miss.
Middle Tennessee, the sleeper. Houston in the American Navy, his sleeper. Georgia Southern in the Sun Belt, UL Lafayette. His 4 playoff teams, Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, and TCU. TCU is the only one that I would think would even be I think everybody has Clemson and Alabama this year, whether they should be there or not. But it's not shocking he picked Ohio State as well, and as good as they've been for the last several years. He has Clemson winning it all. So Auburn gets to open with his national champion.
And yet he has Auburn as the sleeper.
So he's hedging his bets here.
It's a hedge. All right, AP poll, though, the surprise there, I guess the biggest surprise, TCU. AP's got them at, 13? Coach has got them at 14.
Think that's high or low?
Don't know enough about them. Could go on with it last year.
Yeah.
I would have put them higher than what they ended last year. I'm a huge Gary Patterson fan.
Oh, I am too.
Buddy, when he's got them, he can put a quality product out there and he can have them peaking at the right time at the end of the year. We've seen them run over people in bowl games. Ole Miss a couple years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a blistering.
Yes. Ugly.
So I'm a Patterson guy. I think I'm not shocked to hear that, but that's going out on a limb when you're preseason 13-14 to put them in.
When you look at the top 10 of the AP and coaches, they're a little bit out of order, but pretty much the same 10 teams. Who is not going to be in the top 10 when it's all said and done?
I question Florida State, but we'll have to see.
Well, they're going to find out early.
Yeah, I agree, but I think they do have the best explosive back in college football, and that's saying something, but we'll see. There's still a lot of question marks. When I look there, Tennessee, until they do it, there will always be a question mark. Talent's there. Probably missed out on a 10-win season. Should have been a much better season last year than they actually ended with, but until their coaching staff shows that they don't have those miscues, those mishaps like Oklahoma, like take advantage of chances at Alabama.
Until they beat Florida.
Yeah.
I have no confidence. I'll have some confidence in them, and I'll start to be a believer if they beat Florida at home. Hadn't beat them in 11 years. Think about that. You combine, I think, their record against Alabama and Florida and beat them in 20 years plus together, I think. Got to get over those hurdles if you're Tennessee, if people are going to believe in you. The Fox Sports Report is coming up next, but never fear. Randy and I'll be back with hour number 2 of Sports Call after these important messages.
your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown!
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive! Belton right!
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk!
Call in now at 887-3401 locally.
Right through, he got it!
Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out!
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sports Call.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham and Randy Lee here with you for one more hour on today's show. Thanks for joining us out there, whether that be on 93.9 The Tiger or sportscallauburn.com via the internet. Talking about good news in the commercials, great news out there. We're only 9 days away from the kickoff of Auburn and Clemson. And even better news, Tiger Talk begins tonight, immediately following Sports Call here on 93.9. So be sure to tune in Rod and the crew as the first edition of Tiger Talk begins tonight and will continue on throughout the season on Thursday nights, immediately following Sports Call on Thursdays. So looking forward to that. And be sure to stay tuned tonight to 93.9 to Tiger Talk. We were talking about in the first hour, of course, we talked about the good, we talked about the bad. Overrated, not getting any respect for the Auburn Tigers, although it's all over the map. You've got Dieter Kurtenbach from Fox Sports saying that Auburn is overrated at 6-6 and could start 0-4. Very reasonable that they could start 0-4. He says Arkansas State is exponentially better than Jacksonville State. And, of course, Randy made some good points that Auburn has struggled with Utah State, Louisiana Monroe, Jacksonville State in the last several years. Didn't exactly blow San Jose State off the field last year. Idaho, one of the worst teams in college football last year, I think put up, 20, 30 points. Auburn ended up blowing them away, but I think still they put up some points. So they have not decent precedent for that. We hope that does not happen. Hopefully Auburn comes out of the gate and surprises everybody, like Kirk Herbstreit says in his predictions. Auburn, a surprise team in 2016. He predicted Auburn as the sleeper in the SEC, a team that you can never count out, and they can rise up at any moment. Certainly the talent is there. Talking with a friend of mine today, and we talked about it on the show just a couple of weeks ago. When you look at it, and we had, and we've talked to several people. Chad Scott was on just the other last week. He said, flippantly that Clemson far and away more talented than Auburn. And I think you probably wouldn't get an argument from a lot of national people out there that Clemson is far and away a more talented team than Auburn. Well, if you look at the recruiting rankings, if you look at who Auburn has recruited the last 5 years, you can look at who Clemson has recruited the last 5 years. Auburn has out-recruited Clemson, and it's not that close. Auburn's probably had a class average of about 9th in the country. Clemson's is at about 15th in the country. Now, that's not an enormous gap, but it is clearly Auburn is as talented as far as on paper as Clemson. It's just that I think Deshaun Watson kind of skews that a little bit. And, the quarterback position will do that. But it is what it is.
Let me ask you this, and I'd like to hear from the Auburn fans out there. Do you think it's good to start the season, first game, opening game against Clemson, or catch them like week 9 or 10? And
if you're just talking about playing Clemson, there's no question to me.
To me, I think that it's good to start that opening game, potentially get them at home, of course, in a hostile environment where no matter how the season progresses, because let's be honest, Auburn's are up and down. We're all high then. We're all looking and expecting big things. And let's don't kid ourselves. Clemson had many a close game last year. Wasn't like it ran everybody off the field. But if I've got to put our positive, which we're hoping for defense this year, against their positive, which is offense, first part of the year, It's old football talk. Defense is always ahead of the offense to begin with. It's timing, confidence level, keep going down the list. Does that work its way out the first game? I don't know, but I'm going with a positive look at that, Andy.
No question about it. You look at Auburn's defensive line versus Clemson's offensive line. They bring back a potential, I think, freshman All-American at left tackle. They bring back, I think they have to replace 2 guys in the offensive line. They're going to start, if everything goes to plan, they're going to start a guy at right tackle, I don't think who's ever started before, weighs about 280 pounds. So if Auburn's got an advantage to that deep, athletic, strong defensive line, this is when they're going to have to show up. This is when Auburn's going to have to – that talent's actually going to have to step up and be counted. And can they do that? I think they can. I hope they can. I said this, I think, maybe a couple of days ago, and I probably said it many times before, but Auburn's one of those odd schools. Maybe more are like this. I just don't pay attention as closely to them as I do to Auburn. But one year, 2012, we can look like we don't have hardly any talent. 2013, we look like guys all over the field. 2015, we didn't look like we had a whole lot of talent. 2016, you put one piece in there, Nick Marshall in 2013, we look like a totally different team. 2009, we looked like we had a few guys. 2010, we had 2 best players in college football. And it looked like we had even more. Where'd this guy come from? It was just – I think confidence is the most underrated component in all of college football.
Which means that opening with a team like this, without a doubt to me, is a good thing.
We got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, and our confidence level's high. Let's don't kid ourselves. We're Auburn. We feel good. Honestly, if we end up 6-6, 7-6, we're not going to be happy.
No.
Because whether it's we think too highly of ourselves than we actually are. We know many of you Bammers will let us know about multi-win 10-win seasons and doing it on multiple. It doesn't matter. We're only wanting to remember 10 and 13, and we know that can happen again. So again, I go back to, if you hit this game 5 or 6, we've already lost 2 or 3 games, and we get them at home. Could we beat them? Yeah, but it wouldn't be anywhere near the atmosphere you're going to see that opening game. We're going to think we can. And you let the defense stand up and do something special in the first quarter, it's going to be a great ball game.
No doubt. If the defense can play well early and the offense can have some good things happen, a good fortunate play here, that I think that we're going to be in the game in the fourth quarter and have a chance to win.
Back to the phone lines. Ed, you're on Sportscall. Ed, you there with us, buddy?
Yes, I'm still here.
Hey, we're glad to have you.
Okay. Am I on the air, or are you just checking on me?
No, you're on the air, brother.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I was just going to say a couple of things. I think I haven't listened to all of the program today, so I don't know exactly all that's been going on, but I did hear a little bit, and I think I did hear what y'all were saying about a little bit of discourse in the coaching staff, and I think it was kind of obvious, from the outside looking in, that was the case last year, and I think most people know where some of the discourse came from, and I don't need to throw that name out again, but a lot of college football should be having fun. You're young, you're in college, you've got a lot on your shoulders as far as education. It's not like football, but you do have a lot on you, and having fun and that type of part of it. And plus, you do also have to have the discipline and the hard work ethic that the right coaches are going to give you. And I've told y'all, and I know I'm probably the only caller ever that's picking this, but I'm picking Auburn over Clemson. And I've told y'all, a couple of times that I really think that Xavier Dampier is a friend, but I'm not saying he's the best lineman we got. He's just a friend that I've talked with. But the other linemen that we have, Kozan, left. I just think, and we also have some depth there. And the same thing goes to the defensive line. I think the worst unit that I worry about, and it may turn out, I know Trey Williams is something, but linebackers I worry about a little bit. But I think the rest, and I know our receivers are young, but I was going to just ask you. I heard somebody this morning on a national show, and they were talking about possibility of 2-loss Alabama team beating out Baylor for a spot if Baylor was undefeated. And it got me to thinking, and y'all are going to have to help me here. Was it 2003 or 2000? It was 03, wasn't it, when we went undefeated and USC was stripped of the title and they just never did award a title. Is that right?
04.
04. Okay. And if that team had been UAT or Ohio State instead of Auburn University, number one, we would have been playing Oklahoma, and I just think that year we would have beat the tickets out of Oklahoma, and I don't know if we would have beat USC that year. USC had a good team, but I guarantee you that UAT would be claiming that as a national championship now, and probably would have been awarded it. And it's sad to me that, well, it's not sad. It just makes me mad that money and politics and stuff like that gets into college football like it does. But it does. And if anybody thinks it doesn't, they're really not, paying attention. But and that's another thing that people say about, preseason polls don't mean anything. If Auburn would have started out in the top 4 that year, they would have won the national championship. They would have gotten or had the chance to win it.
I think we lost Ed there. Got to get to break anyway. Appreciate it. Sorry about that. Ed, don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Lee Marketing Group is on the way right after this. I didn't see a thumbs
Fairy
up.
Tale Journey services are free and include more than 200 home-based agents to help make your Disney dreams come true. From lodging and fast passes to magic bands and other Disney experiences. Call Fairy Tale Journeys today and start making your Disney dream come true. 256-825-2668.
Football season is here, so that means great food and tailgating. Don't worry about your food on game day. Come visit the Fire Truck. That's right, Fire Truck Barbecue on campus in front of the Haley Center Concourse for every Auburn home football game. Come try their delicious barbecue nachos, cheese nachos, barbecue sandwiches, Polish dogs, and hot dogs. Get ready to cheer on the Tigers every Saturday, but make sure you stop by Fire Truck Barbecue for the best food on campus. Fire Truck Barbecue, the heat is on.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply, locally owned and operated with over 30 years of experience, is very involved in giving back to our community. Our employees offer top-notch customer service with superior product knowledge. No matter the size of the job, Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply have you covered.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for a few more segments in today's show. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we want to go to the phone line and welcome in our good friend Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Jason, how's everything going this week? Hey, Jason. You with?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, how you doing this week?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing really well. We appreciate you taking some time for us today. What's been going on? Yeah, what's going on with the Auburn Tigers right now?
Just waiting for them to get off the practice field today. Have a workout this afternoon, another one tomorrow morning, and then they'll give them this last Saturday off to give them a chance to kind of go on Friday night to go home and watch their high school teams play and to have a little family time before they get back and kick it into game week next week. So one afternoon today, early tomorrow morning, and then they'll give them a little bit of break, and then it's game week.
You know, Jason, we were talking about at the very beginning of the show today, a video from Ryan Russell about the Auburn strength, the workouts during the summer, about an 8-minute video there on AL.com. It always amazes me every year. I look at that, and I know it's just an 8-minute little highlight video, but it's astounding, the work and the effort. And I think we overlook that so many times. We get caught up in wins and losses. We get caught up in how the season is going. It's just the amount of time and effort and desire that these guys that you can see in the weight room. It's really astounding to me.
Yeah, there's no question that it kind of gets lost a little bit. I think people see them on Saturday, and they might think about them practicing in the preseason, but you don't think about that stuff being done in June and July. You don't think about it being done in January, 2 weeks after a bowl game. And kind of the point I've made a couple of times on our message board at AUTigers.com is that, hey, this summer they had football camp, July, about 94 degrees, and this is on a Saturday, and you look out and they're throwing quarterbacks, wide receivers, throwing indoors, and you look outside and Byron Cowart's working out by himself in the sand pit, 94 degrees, July afternoon on a Saturday, and you see the work these guys put in, and it makes it hit home that, people, you can yell at guys and scream at them and do all these things, but boy, they put in more work than you could ever imagine to do this, and it takes a lot of time and effort to get to where these guys are.
You've been doing this a long time. You've seen different regimes come and go. Can you kind of compare and contrast Kevin Yoxall to Ryan Russell? Is it different nowadays? What have been your observations about the strength and conditioning program right now at Auburn?
I think it's similar in terms of maybe technique that they want to do. Both of them are ground-based, not a whole lot of bench press. They want to do everything, feet on the ground and do that. I think it's similar in that regard, but there's definitely more I think, new age. Now Kevin Yoxel is more old school. I think Ryan's more new school, and you see the reaction videos to do hand-eye coordination, the quickness. Some of those things that they involved in terms of quickness and with the bands, things like that, running with parachutes. I think those are things that have just kind of added to it. But definitely it's one that I think the players, it's really hard work for them, but you can tell that they believe in it. And when you see the results, you can see that these guys, they feel like they're faster, stronger, and in better shape, and that's what you got to do to play this game.
Press. That's kind of one of the ones that everybody looks to, and that gets all the videos at other places, but not a lot of bench press with this. Is that right?
No, that's correct. They want to do stuff where your feet are on the ground and a football stance, and you see the squat, you see the clean, you see those things that are involved because your legs. You got to have your legs to play football. I used to hear Kevin Yoxel talk about it. Said the only time you need to bench press on the football field is if somebody's laying on top of you and you got to bench press them all. That's it. And so, in any way, it's not a good position to be in. It's something that they do, and it's an important part of building up a body strength. But they want to do stuff where you're in a football stance, and I agree. I think that's where games are won or lost, and that's a really important part of things, having your legs.
Well, I know AU Tigers put out a depth chart, or at least a proposed preview, or not a preview, a possible depth chart for the offense and defense heading into the Clemson game. Where do you feel the best about as far as a position? Let's start with offense. Where do you think Auburn is the deepest, and what do you feel most comfortable, and where do you think maybe are some troublesome areas?
Well, I think you're looking, and I think that starting five offensive line has been one that's been together the longest. There hadn't been a lot of shuffling around there. I think that's when you look at it and go, feel pretty solid about that prediction going into it. I think there's probably a lot of depth at wide receiver. You just don't know right now how it's going to shake out because there's so much unknown there. But I think there's a lot of potential there. And I think the same thing at running back. I think you look and you don't have a guy that is a proven guy coming back, but I think you got a lot of guys that are pretty good and can kind of mix in and do some different things. So I think all those things are there. And then, we think quarterback's probably, obviously the key, depending on how those guys play. You got three guys that have been getting a bunch of reps. And I think, it's just a matter of kind of finding the right guy at the right time and kind of, seeing if it all comes together. But I think you're looking, no question in my mind, offensive line right now would be the one I think you probably got to feel the best about.
On the other side of the ball, the defense, clearly everybody thinks, and rightly so, the defensive line has been a big step up as far as depth is concerned. Is that the deepest position, do you think, on the defense right now?
Yeah, no question in my mind. The defensive line is the beginning and end on the defensive side of the ball. But I do think the linebacker group is a chance. I feel like those guys are going to be much improved over last year, even though you don't have as much experience. You lose three seniors there, but I think this is a group that instinctively, athletically, I think these are guys that are going to have a chance to be pretty good at that spot. And then, obviously, secondary, the good news is you got a lot of bodies. You got a lot of potential back there with some guys that have a lot of versatility. Just don't have a ton of experience at that other corner opposite Carlton Davis. So that's going to be a question mark, especially early in the year.
We've been talking about today a little bit some of Coach Dye's comments about the coaching staff last year being a little in disharmony, didn't really like each other maybe as some other coaching staffs have. But he says this year, every change has been good, has been positive. The coaching staff really gets along this year. They really like each other. You noticed any of that being around them and interviewing and things as far as last year to this year? A significant difference in the coaching staff chemistry?
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing is that when you're predicted to be a team that has a chance to win a national championship and you go 6-6, there's not going to be a whole lot of happiness going on. And I think that as much as anything, that contributes to disharmony on the coaching staff. But I think you look at this group and you're bringing in, Travis Williams, Cody Burns on opposite sides of the ball. I think is a big deal. And then I think, Kevin Steele's a guy that has a chance to be really important because I think he's a good fit for Gus Malzahn from a personality standpoint. I think all those things mesh together, and I think this group right now is in a pretty good, groove heading into the season.
I guess it's the chicken and the egg, isn't it, Jason? Do you go 7-6 because there's disharmony in the coaching staff, or do you go There's disharmony in the coaching staff because you go 7-6.
Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously there's a little bit of probably both of those, just never one or the other. But I think as much as anything, when you look at that and look at the struggles that you have, that contributes to guys not being very happy.
7 guys from Auburn mentioned on the coaches all SEC team. Carlson, Kozan, and Lawson make first team. Anybody overlooked that you think?
Yeah, I think you look at it, it's hard to put both guards, I think, on the first team. But I think Braden Smith is a guy that I think has a chance to be an All-American if Auburn's offense takes a step forward. I think he's a guy that'll be one of the reasons why. So I think you look at him as being one of those guys, and then Carlton Davis. I think he's nowhere to be found on that group. And if he's not one of the best 6 cornerbacks in the SEC, then I'm a marathon runner. So I think he's a guy that belongs somewhere on one of those lists.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that as well. The 2017 baseball schedule comes out yesterday. Anything interesting that you find about that? A lot of in-state teams on that schedule.
Yeah, I think the thing is that you see the removal of some of the RPI killer games, against the SWAC and some of them, and replacing them with a UAB, with a Sanford. Some of those games that I think are really important are good games for the state of Alabama. You're playing in Birmingham at Regents Park. I think that's big too. So I think that's probably the biggest thing. And then, so many home games early on for a young baseball team with a lot of newcomers. I think that's really important.
Well, Jason, it's good stuff as always. Can you give us a little preview of Inside the Auburn Tigers this weekend?
Yeah, obviously a lot of football talk as we get into this last weekend before the actual games. It's hard to realize that it's even here. It's been so long, but lots of things going on, and we'll have you updated if there's news on the quarterback front. Obviously, check it out at utigers.com.
And certainly, you want to say congratulations to you on the soon-to-be new Caldwell addition to the family.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. Really excited and seeing what the future holds there. So we appreciate all the things.
Always good to have another little Auburn Tiger in the world.
Yeah, never hurt.
Absolutely. Jason, thank you so much. You have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys. Y'all too.
Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Sports Call after these messages. back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for a couple more segments in today's show. Taking your phone calls, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Tiger Talk immediately following Sports Call today at 6 o'clock. Be sure to stay tuned to 93.9, The Tiger. And we'll go back to the phone line.
Drew, you're on Sports Call.
How about it, guys?
Glad to have you, Drew.
Yeah, it's been a while since I called in, but I'm going to tell you something. Upset of the opening week. Auburn's going to be in this ball game and have an opportunity to win this game at the end of the game. When you look at the statistics and you look at how much we've improved from a depth situation and probably a skill set, I would say from a skill set and players that are accustomed to running Gus Malzahn's offense, with the exception of running backs. We're kind of I think this running back deal, stepping up to the 230, 240-pound bruisers and whatnot in this fast-paced offense, I think having a constant rotation of running backs that's big like that, that can pound on you twice as many times as your traditional teams that line up and run the ball at you, I think it's going to play a major part. But the biggest thing is, everybody talks about how terrible we were from an offensive standpoint last year and how we never had chemistry on offense. I guess thinking outside the box, one of the biggest things that would have helped the offense last year was any kind of defense. And I think our defensive line this year, I think they got a chance to be one of the top 5 defensive lines in the nation. I really do. And I think the defensive line is going to put enough pressure on quarterbacks and have penetration and get their hands on runners and stop runners and whatnot to make our linebackers and our secondary better. But I think you would both agree that you got some guys in Darrell Williams and some linebackers that probably should have seen playing time last year. And I think that was one of the first things that I heard come out of Steele's mouth. So, I'm excited about it. I don't know what y'all's take is on it, but, when you get to looking at statistics, last year we had 64 tackles as a team. We had 64 tackles for a loss.
We had 54.
And Dodd. Sir?
We had 54 tackles for loss.
I'm sorry, 54.
Yeah.
But between Shaq Lawson and Dodd, they had 49.
Exactly.
And that's pretty ridiculous. It's a situation, and I hate to flip the page or look at the other side of the fence, but sometimes another defense becoming a little more inferior helps your offense become more dominant, especially when you're on a game-to-game basis, week-to-week basis. But and then their backup, Bryant, he's out. So, and if I'm not mistaken, guys, is it going to be a sophomore lineup on Carl Lawson?
I believe so. I believe he's a redshirt sophomore, about 280 pounds. I don't believe he's ever made a start.
I think he's going to have his hands full. But I think between Carl Lawson, Montravius Adams, Marlon Davidson, Byron Coward, glad to see him grow up and really, put forth the effort and whatnot to produce that 5-star status. And but I'm excited about it. I think Davis is going to be good at linebacker, and I called in when Auburn signed the kid. Everybody keep your eyes on Montavious Atkins. That kid's measurables, his vertical jump out of high school, his speed, his sideline to sideline quickness. Not the biggest back in the world, but it kind of takes me back to that Travis Williams and Darius Williams days. And but y'all watch him. That kid's gonna cause a ruckus. He's gonna be good. But I hated to see Jamel Dean get hurt, but I really and truly think I believe what Coach Dye said. I believe at the end of the year the Auburn fans are gonna like this team, and I think they're gonna like the effort and the buy-in and kind of the control that Malzahn's taken back over this program. But anyhow, just tuned in. I haven't called in a while. I wanted to call in and give my 2 cents. But, the guy with the most pressure right here going into this ball game is without a doubt Sean Watson. And yes, he's had success in a lot of it. And I think he's probably among the best or top 2 quarterbacks in college football right now. But let's face it, he lost guys just like we have in the past and whatnot. And I just think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. I'm ready for football, and appreciate listening to y'all. Appreciate y'all taking my call.
We appreciate you giving us a call, Drew. Hey, I like those 2 cents. I'd buy that for $1.
And I think that the positive outlook of Auburn fans, Drew said it better than most. That's what all of us want to buy in. That's what we want to believe. And I think we will see early on because the only way to disrupt this Clemson attack is pressure.
Absolutely. Up the middle.
I believe it.
On the outside, you got to collapse the pocket.
And if you've got to have a position where your guys are better than theirs, it's got to be the defensive front, I believe, against Clemson. More than any other with a quarterback like that. And I think that's where we got the most talent. I'm not saying it's put the biggest stats up with what's left on the field, but if Auburn's recruited well in comparison to everyone else in the country, it's on defensive line, Andy, and it's got to show this year or else, honestly.
He was talking about who lines up in front of Carl Lawson. I'm not sure they don't move him around a little bit, but they had a true freshman last year at left tackle, and he's pretty good. But he's a true sophomore this year. That's the left tackle. So if you have Carl Lawson on the right side, he lines up. He's about 300 pounds, but he is a true sophomore. The other side of the guys, the right side is the guy that is 280 pounds. I think he may be a junior, sophomore, one or the other. But he's replacing a guy, not a starter last year. So either way, if you're Auburn, you got to. And when's the last time? I mean, what are we even talking about? I mean, if Auburn can win the line of scrimmage, and we're looking at it and saying we have a legitimate chance, and the people that don't even know if Auburn's going to be, very good this year would look at it and say, well, it's at least 50-50, if not in Auburn's favor, defensive line versus offensive line. With everything that they lost, it's at least 50-50, if not. Certainly, we would lean toward in the favor of Auburn, our offensive line versus their defensive line. I mean, when's the last time you looked at a game and said, if Auburn wins both lines of scrimmage, we're in it? I mean, we would be talking about how much are we going to win by? So,
X factor, my friend.
Times have changed, and teams can win.
It's even more precedent is set on when you're playing an offense like Auburn and Clemson's.
Right.
I'm not saying you can't be
equalizer kind of.
Well, the quarterback. The quarterback is without a doubt, when you're playing that type of offense with tempo and speed and wanting to kind of keep the pedal to the metal. Now, can you play a pro-style offense and the quarterback be hit a little bit more? Yeah, of course. But that's not when we're at our best, and that's definitely not when Clemson's at their best. That's when a pounded-out LSU, Alabama-type teams are at our best. We're not built that way.
No doubt. So up against the break here. One final segment of the Thursday Sportscall, followed by Tiger Talk with Rod Bramlett at 6 o'clock. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of the Thursday Sports Call. Andy and Randy taking you home to 6 o'clock. Still time to get that phone call in. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, locally at 334-887-3401. It was mentioned earlier today that the NCAA has expanded its investigation into the Ole Miss football program for possible violations that have occurred under the Hugh Freeze regime, and this goes beyond the Laramie Tunsil case, of course. This all started way back in January, a notice of allegations, and Ole Miss came out and responded to it. Then you had the whole debacle that was draft night with Laramie Tunsil, and so that kind of opened things up even more. Now they've gone and reportedly talked to players that were recruited by Ole Miss, that are now at Auburn, that are now at Mississippi State, and possibly at another SEC West school. I'm not sure that school was not named, but and we were talking about, when's the last time an SEC team really got hammered? I think Mississippi State got something. I'm not sure how bad. It seemed like it was not just a slap on the wrist. I think they got some decent sanctions when the whole Cam Newton affair. And who was the guy?
You would ask.
What was his name? I can't remember now. But anyway, it's been a while, and the prevailing wisdom is that the thoroughbreds, the blue bloods are pretty much untouchable. And we've seen with Alabama certain things, the DJ Fluker thing. When we first started on Sports Call, that was one of the first stories we did, 2013, way back then. And the list of things that was proved, receipts and things, nary even a blip on the radar. But now maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. It's like I say, it's kind of counterintuitive to hurt your own product. But if Ole Miss is bad or good, I'm not sure that changes the bottom line as far as the SEC or the NCAA is concerned. So I think Ole Miss is fair game. And the way this sounds, the way this smells, I think a hammer may be forthcoming.
It's odd to me to hear that you're going to offer immunity in a situation like this. That, to me, makes me say, yeah, I believe you, Andy. I think that they're wanting to make an example of Ole Miss. And is that right? I don't know. I think we've got to know the specifics of it. Look, many of us have been kind of questioning and saying, how in the world did they jump up and get so many of these very top recruits 4 and 5 years ago? Maybe not as much now because they've had really good success. But back then, it was eye-opening. Andy, I know we're up against the end of the program. It's going to be fun to watch, though, if you're an Ole Miss fan.
I don't think so. That's going to do it for today. Be sure to join Sports Call tomorrow back on the air. I and Brett Pritchard and Scott Hardy will be with you then. For Randy Lee, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now. Stay tuned for Tiger Talk coming up next. We'll talk again soon.
That's awful lovely, man.